Cold and snowy outside, a great day to stay inside and watch women's basketball here on ESPN3. From Seftu Arena, it's the UAlbany Great Danes hosting the NJIT Highlanders. Hi, everybody. I'm Rich Becker alongside former Division I coach Allie Jackson. Coach, very important matchup here between these two teams right there at the top of the standings.
Well, it's the second time around, and UAlbany took the first matchup, so NJIT is looking for some revenge this time around.
Take a look at those standings, and we see these two teams right there in second place at 5-2. UAlbany with a slight advantage off the win at NJIT.
Exactly, and that's why to get the sweep of NJIT down the road is something that's important for the Great Danes.
Lizzie Litwinko will play a key role in any NJIT game. Did not play well, though, against UAlbany last time, a little under the weather.
Well, she's made an impact from day one. This sophomore is averaging a little over 11 points per game. Had a really tough night out, was a little under the weather the last time they played, so we're looking for her to bounce back and have a big night tonight.
And on UAlbany's side, we'll see how well Lily Phillips can slow her down.
Well, it's going to be an interesting point guard matchup because defensively, Lily's going to have a really tough call with Litwinko. So to watch these two go head-to-head, I think this is a matchup we're going to be watching for years to come.
Mike Lane called Litwinko his toughest kid, his gym rat, his do-everything player. No doubt he's thrilled to have her back in the lineup. Lane in his fourth year at NJIT at 10-8, 6-24 in that first year, so a huge improvement over the 4 years. Colleen Mullen, of course, the head coach of the UAlbany Great Danes, off to her best start of her UAlbany career. The Danes 12-6 right now. Second place in the America East, 9-0 at home, though, and that's a key mark for the Great Danes.
Yeah, and NJIT trying to come in today and disrupt that. Both these teams are building, and it's just interesting to see the evolution as the season has gone along, but also as both these coaches have evolved with these programs over the years.
Set to go and underway here at Seftu Arena, the CDPHP starting lineup. CDPHP, a plan for life, the same starting lineup as it has been for the last 7 games for the Great Danes. Kayla Cooper gets the start, and she's had that consistent starting position since Ellen Hane was out of the lineup with an illness. Hane, of course, back now, though, for UAlbany, and she'll see significant time today.
Yeah, right away, Phillips trying to go to the basket against Litwinko, and we mentioned it in the open, but for Litwinko to be a sophomore and Phillips to be a freshman, you know, I think we're going to see these two down the road in years to come, and they're two really great floor generals already early in their careers.
Right-handed runner by Litwinko did not go. Turnover right there underneath for the Danes as the pass was not quite high enough for Kayla Cooper.
Both these coaches have tremendous respect for each other as assistants. They were both in the Patriot League. Coach Lane at Bucknell, Coach Mullen obviously at West Point, and know each other very well. Offensively, both programs are system-oriented, and defensively, they're very fundamentally sound. So, you know, a little stat here or a little wrinkle there could be the tipping point for this game today.
Litwinko inbounds underneath, finds Kimmy Evans, doesn't go. Second rebound for Lucia DeCordes. She'll give it up to Phillips, who'll go quickly the other way.
And Kimmy Evans is a powerful low-post player. Originally started her career at Seton Hall. She was one of the top-rated post players in the country coming out that year out of St. John Vianney, played with the Philly Bells. So for her to get picked up by NJIT on a transfer was a great big get for them, and great basket by Phillips to open things up. So that matchup inside is going to be important as well.
Danes come with that pressure immediately. Stoll, the fifth-year player, gets it over to Litwinko. Kenneth Squire. Stoll outside from just beyond the free throw line. She'll get that to go, and we're tied at 2.
Yeah, NJIT has a number of players that can put the ball in the basket, and it's going to take a really great defensive effort, which is something the Great Danes are used to, considering how good their defense is, but NJIT can put the ball in the basket.
Phillips outside. Thought about the 3. Instead, she'll go to Heaps. Down inside. DeCordes matched with Evans. Nice bounce pass inside to Kayla Cooper. Good catch by Cooper, and she puts it up and in for 2.
Yeah, and that's a matchup that I'm sure Coach Mullen will be taking advantage of. Cooper didn't have the best night out last game. Got herself in a little foul trouble, so getting her going early is a good sign.
Rebound off to Cooper. She'll bring it up quickly to Phillips. Goes one-on-one with Litwinko. Phillips inside, the right-hander goes, and the foul.
Yeah, Litwinko just came down on the basketball, must have gotten a piece of Phillips' arms. I think we'll get a look at it here. Cooper pushing a couple dribbles and unselfishly giving the ball up, and it looks like she got her with the body, and a nice finish for Phillips.
Lily Phillips gets the free throw to go with it. 5-point advantage for UAlbany.
Phillips has a size advantage on Litwinko. We see a trap coming right away out of this press.
And a turnover. Nice work by Cooper to regain her composure underneath and get that basket. That's a veteran move.
That was just a great up and under, and she kept her balance, and not enough post players. She has such a variety of moves, can finish with both hands, but not enough post players have that. She does.
Stoll outside to Maria Fuchs, rebound to Kimmy Evans. Inside left-hander against Lucia de Cortez, and it scores for Evans.
Yeah, she's got some moves too. And I think with Kimmy Evans, if you're allowing her to get deep position, you're going to be in trouble. So getting her off the block so it's a shorter time for your teammate to double is really important.
Cortez with a handoff to Heaps. 15-footer for Heaps. Little step back doesn't go. Inside rebound by Helion Heigerstrand. Bounces it back out to Cooper. Danes will reset with a fresh clock.
Grace Heaps was just a little off balance on that shot, and Phillips kind of toying with the defense on that kick out.
Nice give and go there, coming back into the hands of de Cortez. And a travel before, no, check that, a foul before. It'll be on Kimmy Evans.
Great job by de Cortez on the offensive glass, and just got bumped by Evans trying to get her balance. I guess they didn't call it on the shot.
Morgan Haney checks in. She'll give Kayla Cooper a break.
I think you have an advantage with Cooper in the game, and you know, when you start de Cortez and Cooper together, somebody has to come out first. With Kimmy Evans, it's obviously wise to leave de Cortez in, but I would expect Cooper to come back for her shortly.
5 to shoot. De Cortez gives it off to Heigerstrand. She'll take it from the top of the key. Doesn't go. Nice work underneath by de Cortez to save the rebound, but stepped on the end line just before the NJIT ball underneath.
And Coach Lane made a point when we had the chance to speak with him about how important rebounding was, and how UAlbany last time around just wanted the ball more, and really talked to his team about how important boxing out and rebounding was going to be.
Just the 6th meeting for these two teams. UAlbany leads 4-1. That win for NJIT coming here at Seth Carina way back in 2008. Kimmy Evans from outside for a 3 off the front of the rim. Into the hands of de Cortez. Haney quickly up to Phillips. Good hustle back by Kenna Squire to shut Phillips' possible drive to the basket off.
Well, just the confidence that Kimmy Evans had with that three-point attempt, you can see why she was so highly recruited.
Great look inside. Phillips hit both sides of the rim, and it didn't go down.
And that's 2 layups that Phillips has missed, but she's being really aggressive today.
Litwinko on the wing. Inside Evans. Nice move there as she just received it and put it right off the glass.
Well, she had an advantage because Hagerstrand was matched up with her, and you know, 6'4" versus 6'1". I think that's why de Cortez is really important to get matched up with her with that length.
Cortez out top. Haney now.
Nice pass.
De Cortez, nice step under there. Switch to the right hand for Lucia de Cortez, and she's got her first bucket of the day.
And a really heads-up play by Haney to get the ball inside. Evans already has 1 foul. If you can draw another one by going to de Cortez and get her on the bench, that would be a good thing.
Litwinko just inside the free throw line, a little too strong off the back iron.
Yeah, that's uncharacteristic of her. She really likes that pull-up.
Heigerstrand drives, corner for Haney. Haney will let a 3 go from outside. Down to the hands of Squire.
Litwinko has to be smarter than that. You can't help off of a strong side shooter. Let the help come from the other side or from inside.
Good anticipation by de Cortez to create a turnover for the Great Danes. Heaps the other way, one-on-one with Litwinko. Skip pass to Phillips. She's open for 3 in front of the NJIT bench. Believe Squire got a piece of that.
Yeah, she did. Great hustle by Squire to negate that shot. You can't let UAlbany get going from deep in this gym. They're really, really confident with how they shoot the ball. We saw that last time out. First half, they basically only missed 1. I believe they were 6 for 7 from 3 in the first half.
Danes 9-0 at Sefki Arena. 12-0 dating back to last year. Inside is Stoll. Rebound pulled away by Heaps. Danes shooting almost 36% from three-point range at home this year to underscore your point.
And that's not by accident. You know, a lot of people just think that comes because they're good shooters. Well, they're good shooters because they're in the gym and they work on it. It takes a lot of hard work to be able to shoot the ball like that.
Stoll goes under the screen. Pass over to Haney. 8 to go. Higerstrand had position inside, but Haney didn't see it. Jumper for Morgan Haney off the rim into the hands of Ellyn Stoll.
We haven't had that media yet, have we? Because it looks like it. It looks like both these teams need it.
Haven't had a whistle in quite a while. Sub's been squatting down over in front of the scorer's table for about 3 minutes. Here's Evans outside. Left-hander doesn't go. Squire gets the rebound inside, gets it up off the rim, doesn't go. A foul underneath, and it'll be on Kimmy Evans, and that's 2 on Evans.
Yeah.
11-6 our score here. Kimmy Evans with her second foul. It'll be UAlbany basketball when we come back. Taking a timeout here at Sefki Arena.
These days, we hear a lot about entering the new normal. Even if masks are not reserved for superheroes and social distancing isn't a distant memory, when it comes to banking, it's still the perfect time to try something new. But why settle for their normal when you can join SEFQ? Convenient services, great rates, no maintenance fees, and supportive employees are not new to us. They've been our normal for more than 85 years. Visit SEFQ.com and join today.
Fun fact, you know Mountain Dew and spicy chicken is the perfect combo?
Does it look like I don't know that?
Okay. Didn't mean to ruffle your feathers.
You know, we both did the employee training, Gary.
Okay, don't jump down my beak.
Doing spicy? Do the do.
Back here at Sefki Arena, we've been talking about this UAlbany defense all season long, and this is exactly a great example of how it works, a trap to lead to a turnover.
Well, and a great deflection and chased down by Cooper to set that trap and be able to finish, you know, the extra. Anytime you can get extra possessions, and DeCortez has just been such a key all year long defensively inside. So when you're aggressive on the perimeter, when you have a player like DeCortez on the inside, you can be a little aggressive on the outside because you know she's going to have your back.
Danes 48.5 points, just a couple of points behind Nell Fortner's Georgia Tech team. And UCF down there, Coach Abe with her team playing some good defense as well. But this great Danes team, and you've mentioned this point a couple of times this year, Allie, and that this is not a low-scoring effort by UAlbany because they slow the ball down. This is still a high-paced game. They're just playing good defense.
Well, they are a Princeton-style offense team primarily. They do mix in some ball screen looks and quick hits. So they do want to swing the ball from side to side and make sure they make the defense work. But it's not like they want to play slow and just have all the time of possession. So to your point, Rich, you know, their pace is important because they push, but they also pull it out. It's not like they're walking the ball up the floor.
Freya Vert in for UAlbany. Tanaya Hanner as well. Ellen Hane in the lineup first time. Inside, Cooper gets blocked from behind by Lily Anderson, who just checked in. Cooper gets it up off the glass, gets another rebound that'll stay here with the Great Danes.
Physical play under there on the box out, and looks like Cooper.
I believe the foul is on 32, Lily Anderson.
Well, Coach Lane said a point was going to be to box out, and we see a lot of physical play inside.
Anderson showing she can match Cooper's strength down there. Haney with 8. Cooper, nice look inside to Tanaya Hanner, gets under and draws the foul.
Yeah, good hesitation, little pump fake and double step will get her to the free throw line, and UAlbany continuing to pound the ball inside. Anytime you can pass the ball high-low, I just thought that was a great hesitation, kind of got the defense off balance. Defense there just needs to wall up, and Breyerton is a player that Coach Lane, she picked up the foul. That's a player that Coach Lane is really confident in and feeling like she's coming into her own. She had some off-season, minor knee surgery, but just hasn't quite been herself. And he mentioned that as time has gone along, she's really just gained more and more confidence. 9
points in 15 minutes against Binghamton for Breyerton. UAlbany with the offensive rebound. There's Ellyn Stoll with 4. Into the corner, Freya Vert steps in in front of the three-point line and knocks it down for a 2. Good decision by Vert. That would have been contested from 3.
And the press is back on again, so.
And an errant pass there will end up as a UAlbany turnover.
Yeah, Freya Vert, UAlbany is really quick with the ball, and whether they're in the post and they use pump fakes and have good balance, or on the perimeter, with their ability to shoot the ball, just a little pump fake, head fake can get the defense up and create a more open shot for you.
Good backdoor look there, but a little confusion between Cooper and Honey as to who it was for. Not used to seeing Kayla Cooper without the glasses.
Yeah, it's a new look. I think she's got a new hairstyle, too. I like it.
Brewerton tipped that rebound, but it went right off of one of her own teammates and out of bounds. UAlbany basketball.
New look, new hairstyle, no goggles. Same Cooper going after the glass. Relentless on the boards.
3 boards already for Cooper, 5 for DeCortis. Great Danes with 13-9, a rebounding advantage thus far. Last 15 coming up on 10 seconds of this first quarter. Fast-moving first quarter. Here's Cooper. She'll drive, kick it back outside. Vert goes baseline with 5. Bounce pass inside to Cooper. Back outside. Haniel let a high arcing 3 go. Just grazed the iron. No basket there for UAlbany. 14-6 the first half. Good defense, but putting up some points as well.
Yeah, great start. Really lockdown defense by UAlbany and able to get some really high percentage looks. They didn't get something on that last one, but in control of this game right now.
Danes up 14-6. Back for the second quarter after this. 14-6 UAlbany on top of NJIT back here at Seth Q Arena for National Girls and Women in Sports Day game, an annual celebration of women and girls in sports. Great crowd here today, some Girl Scout troops, some basketball teams, all checking out the UAlbany women's basketball team and then getting together with the team in the lobby after the game for some autographs. A good chance for the younger girls to meet the UAlbany team and perhaps players that will play here on this FQ Arena court someday.
Absolutely, and all things considered with the weather outside today, to have this kind of crowd, it's just goes to show you that the word is out. These Great Danes are a team you want to come support.
Aria Myers with a jumper from the baseline over Grace Heaps into the hands of Lily Anderson. She'll pull it back outside. Grace Plummer just checked into the game for NJIT.
See NJIT getting into half-court offense. They're primarily a motion offense team. Really look to work the ball and play unselfishly. And Coach Lane great take to the basket by Cooper, just wasn't able to finish. Coach Lane kind of joked with us that they're all like engineers and super smart kids, and they don't even bother with a playbook because they would just overanalyze it too much. And he wants them to just play with freedom and confidence.
Good linear thinking, thinkers, he said. Yeah. Haney gets inside for two there to extend the UAlbany lead to 10. Myers gets it across. There's Anderson trying to get it inside. Brereton in the corner. Locked in there by Heaps. Calls a timeout as Brereton realized that she was in a little bit of trouble there, so she signals for a timeout.
Yeah, she got her, picked up her dribble in a bad spot, and none of her teammates kind of sealed to give her an angle.
16-6 our score, 8:31 to go here second. We'll take the timeout as well here at Seth Q Arena. You're watching UAlbany women's basketball on ESPN3.
These days, we hear a lot about entering the new normal. Even if masks are not reserved for superheroes and social distancing isn't a distant memory, when it comes to banking, it's still the perfect time to try something new. But why settle for their normal when you can join SEFQ? Convenient services, great rates, no maintenance fees, and supportive employees are not new to us. They've been our normal for more than 85 years. Visit SEFQ.com and join today.
Fun fact, Mountain Dew and spicy chicken is the perfect combo.
Does it look like I don't know that?
Okay. Didn't mean to ruffle your feathers.
We both did the employee training, Gary.
Okay, don't jump down my beak.
Doing spicy? Do the do.
At the University at Albany, we see greatness in you. There's passion and purpose, a fierce curiosity, ready to blaze big ideas and tackle the tough questions. We see grit, drive, determination. The University at Albany is home for dreamers and achievers just like you. The world needs greatness, and you are one of the greats.
Back here at Seth Q Arena, there's that series history we mentioned earlier. That last time, that NJIT It could potentially be a big win when you can sweep a team when you're looking at tiebreaker possibilities for home court for playoffs. Big win there. Last time at Seth Curini, UAlbany picked up the win as well back in 2012. And that lone NJIT win all the way back in 2008.
Right, and as a coach, it's never something you talk to your team about. You talk about process, you talk about one possession at a time, keys to winning the game and being successful. But in the back of your mind, as a head coach, you're aware of those situations for sure. So, and, you know, right now, UAlbany in complete control of this game. A lot of it due to Kimmy Evans being in foul trouble, NJIT just struggling to score.
Ellyn Stoll gets inside, couldn't get the right-handed runner to go. Almost 7 minutes now without a bucket for NJIT. Burt baseline, pulls it back out. Heaps out top. Cooper, nice look inside to Freya Vert, who gets the layup.
Yeah, just a great read off of that screen. You know, that's something that Coach Mullen's been stressing is setting and using screens, not just going to spots. And you saw the defense trail that last time. UAlbany made a nice read and curled to the basket. Freya Vert got a nice layup.
Vert passing the 100 career point mark. Nice little milestone to get started. Many, many more points coming in her career. Remember, she's just a freshman.
Well, freshman with a lot of experience.
Stoll fires one home. Talk about experience, the graduate student from right in front of UAlbany's bench.
Well, and NJIT needed that in the worst way. You know, Coach Lane talked about not even being sure she would come back for a 5th year. Certainly she deserved it with COVID and everything last season, and really happy to have her back.
Corner three for Vert doesn't go. Myers overran it, so it was an easy rebound for Vert. Inside, 8 to shoot for Cooper.
Oh.
Nice little right-handed scoop shot for Kayla Cooper as she basically ran around. It seemed like she went around in a couple of circles there.
Well, yeah, she put on a pivoting exhibition, held her pivot foot, and eventually got the opening to get that to go. Looked like a camp drill.
One way, other
Right
way,
front
one way,
pivot.
other way. Squire.
I would have been dizzy and fallen over.
Myers over to Squire. Squire drives. Quick pass outside to Stoll for 3. Off the iron. Whistle sounds, and a good screen out by Haney to let the ball go out of play, and it'll be UAlbany basketball.
Yeah, I think Keith Miller just called it over the back there.
Keith Miller, Mark McClenny, and Ashley Olson are officials. I saw Miller had the fist up for the foul, but I think the baseline official overruled or had the call, had a better view of the call. Pressure from NJIT. Something that really rattled UAlbany in the 4th period of that game up at NJIT when the Highlanders closed from 17-point disadvantage to 8. Hagerstrand, nice little step under, but got too far under. Fuchs comes away with the rebound.
Yeah, she just kind of lost where she was on the court. Evans back in the game with those 2 fouls.
Evans down inside, great position there, couldn't get it to go. Mike Lane said when Evans has 2 feet in the paint, it's almost automatic.
Yeah, and while she's out there, they need to go to her, and she needs to take advantage of those opportunities. Her team needs the points right now.
Heaps from 15 doesn't go.
Coach Lane probably just felt like he couldn't let it go any further with her not in the game.
Litwinko to Fuchs. Quick pass to the corner for Squire for a triple. Doesn't go. Nice move there by Stoll inside. Couldn't get the rebound. Stoll gets the rebound, though, and gets it back outside of Litwinko. Too high off the glass.
Yeah, NJIT just a little bit out of rhythm right now. And UAlbany taking advantage.
Great look there by Heaps to Hagerstrand for Helion's first 2 points of the night. Or the day. I forgot it's Saturday, not Wednesday.
I lose track. It was so dark out when I got in my car at around 12:30.
Stoll straightaway 3, and she's got it. Ellyn Stoll now 8 points on the game. That's 1,100 for her career. She passed that 1,000-point mark back in December. Bounce pass inside. Hane too deep, but she'll draw the foul from behind. I think it's on Stoll. Yes, it is. Stoll with her first.
Surprised Hagerstrand didn't pull that. She was wide open in transition at 3 and just gave a little head fake and attacked the basket, but those are automatic for her.
Vert checks in, Cooper's in, got the glasses back.
Maybe she forgot them.
Could be. Ellyn Hane at the free throw line. Hane had 4 for 4 from the line last game.
Well, and she's spent a number of games out, so to get her back in rhythm and slowly work her back into the lineup and get her point production up again is really important for this team.
2 for 2 there. She'll check out. You have to go all the way back to the 5:25 mark of the 4th period of the Union game on the 28th of December since Hane scored a basket. So you know she wants to see one go in today.
Well, for sure, but you know, like every player in that locker room, I think they would take the win.
Yes, yes. Double right there. Vert and DeCortis trap Litwinko, but she gets it away. Reese Vaughn into the game. Freshman from Endwell, New York. Gets called for the travel there as the Danes force the 6th turnover for NJIT.
Yeah, she's from a storied high school program. Seton Catholic Central has produced a number of really, really talented players through the years.
2020 Basketball Coaches Association of New York Player of the Year at 23.6 points per game. Haney.
UAlbany really working the basketball side to side.
Vert, little seam there, lost it off her leg. 4 to shoot for Haney. She'll have to take it from 3. Knocks it down. Morgan Haney thought about it and then nailed it.
There it is, since Union, right? No. Last time she scored a basket? Haney and Hane. I'm still confusing them, Rich.
Fuchs for 3.
I'm allowed one blonde moment.
Yeah, you're allowed as many as you'd like.
No, don't do that.
Cooper gets out of trouble there as she passed out of a double. DeCortis out top.
They should look to go at Evans right now. Get the ball to DeCortez.
Inside, and a nice strong take by Kayla Cooper. She's got
Evans. Sorry, Kimmy Evans is lucky she didn't pick up number 3 there. She's got to be smarter playing with those 2 fouls.
Down inside, Evans scores over DeCortis. Good, solid, deep position for Evans.
Yeah, UAlbany's got to get her off the block. And it's hard. It's not easy to do.
Good look inside. DeCortis couldn't get it to go, and it'll go off her hand and out of bounds. Evans, one of 4 college basketball playing sisters. A sister at the University of Sciences, a sister at Rutgers, and her sister Danny on this team. Not going to play today, out with an illness.
Really talented family. The sisters went to 2 different high schools. Kimmy went to St. John Vianney. Younger sister went to the public school, so never played together in high school. Having the opportunity to play together now.
Stoll tries to save it in bounds. Instead, it goes out. Let's see Fatima Lee with the ball over there. Looks like she just got a Christmas present. She was so happy about that for her teammates.
Lots of smiles on that UAlbany bench right now.
29-17. Brayerton and Myers back in for NJIT in those red uniforms with blue trim. Vert back outside for 3. Doesn't go. Hane, nice position inside on Vaughn. Right-hander doesn't fall for Hane, and Brayerton comes down with the rebound.
Again, great job on the offensive glass. Rebounding has been such a key for this team on both ends.
Danes with 9 offensive rebounds so far. Highlanders move it around. Myers dumps it down inside to Brayerton. She'll take a step back. Doesn't go into the hands of Haney. Opportunity here for UAlbany as Haney goes quickly. Skip pass across to, or a pass across rather, to Heigerstrand, gets deflected out of bounds.
Yeah, they've had a few of those skip passes, long passes across the court that I felt like almost got tipped. That one did. Haney pushing really hard in transition to try to create something, and lucky to get the ball back.
Haney on the inbounds, gives it to Cordes. Haney back. Nice handoff there to DeCortis. She gets inside, and she'll draw the foul on Brereton. Nope. Offensive foul, Mike. Correction there. Let's take a look.
Yeah, she had to have lowered her shoulder or something.
Brereton had both feet, like, clearly inside the restraining, inside the line.
That didn't matter because
Okay.
that was her girl. It wasn't secondary help. So she wasn't helping off of somebody where she would have to get her feet outside the circle. It was her player. I don't know.
That sounds good. That's good.
No.
Better explanation than I would have given. So
That's why they called that. I just didn't think it was an offensive foul. I
Yeah.
think at this point in the season, not to be critical of the referees, I've been doing good at that, doing well at that. I think at this point in the season, that's a physical play you let go.
well, no technicals for you so far this year, so that's a good thing.
Yeah, I usually average a couple a year.
Well, you got time.
I don't want to leave you solo.
Just get one, then you won't get thrown out. Squire with a minute to go. Good pass there, goes off the hands of Lidwinko. Deflected off a UAlbany player, so it'll stay with the Highlanders with 4 seconds on the shot clock.
Coach Mullen over there doing an impression of the referees as well. Everybody getting in on the action today.
5-second call as UAlbany's defense on the out-of-bounds play rises to the occasion.
Well, you can see these players know how important this game is, and tons of energy on that Great Danes bench. 55 seconds left in this half. We'll see what they come up with.
29-17. Danes lead as big as 15. Cooper gets her hands out just in time to avoid a turnover there. Haney out top with 15 to shoot. Cooper hands off to Vert. Vert steps back with 8. Bounce pass inside to Heigerstrand. Good double down by NJIT. Heigerstrand recovers and turns around and knocks it down.
Smart, great feed. They had the mismatch in the post with Heigerstrand's size. And now with the clock ticking, it's about digging in and getting a stop if you're UAlbany.
Litwinko out top, watching the bench for the signal as to when to go. 7 seconds now in the half. Litwinko drives inside, spins back on Heigerstrand, rolls off the rim. Hane comes down with it, goes out of bounds off her hands with a tick left on the clock.
Everything but the rebound. Great defensive set. There was a switch off of that ball screen, and Heigerstrand stood her ground with a quicker, smaller Litwinko. Look for some kind of a lob or screen-the-screener look here.
Into hands of Brereton. It goes off of her fingertips as the horn sounds. Second lowest scoring half for the opponent this year against UAlbany. They go 16 against CCSU, 17 here. An excellent defensive effort.
They are completely locked in. Everybody on the bench communicating, everybody on the court in a defensive stance. NJIT needs to regroup. First 5 minutes of this next half are going to be interesting.
We'll come back, take a look at that first 5 minutes, but not before we have the CEFCU halftime show. Hope you'll stay with us here on National Girls and Women's in Sports Day here at CEFCU Arena. Welcome back to the SEFCU Halftime Show here at SEFCU Arena on the campus of the University at Albany. Glad to have you with us today on a snowy and cold Saturday afternoon, but certainly UAlbany's basketball team heating up here inside the arena. There's Sarah Lance, a research associate at the Atmospheric Sciences Research Center, and Christopher Lawrence, a fourth-year PhD student in atmospheric science, are leading cloud chemistry research at ASRC's Whiteface Mountain Field Station.
Even when I was really young, I was always really concerned about climate change. And then when I got into high school, I really enjoyed my chemistry and physics courses, and I wanted to find a way to combine both of those disciplines. I heard about the field of atmospheric chemistry. I'm like, that sounds perfect. Combine both. Sarah reached out to me when I was applying to PhD programs about the cloud water chemistry stuff here at Whiteface, and I just knew that's absolutely perfect for what I'm interested in.
I'm super lucky to have found a really good leader, for the group to show what the other students how to do research and how to persevere through challenges. And he's got the good attitude. He's very optimistic and he works hard. And so that's really valuable for building my group.
When we're in a cloud at the summit up here, we can actually study what clouds are doing to the chemical composition of the underlying aerosol. One of the biggest uncertainties with future estimates of warming or cooling and climate change is how aerosols interact with sunlight. They can reflect sunlight, which leads to a cooling effect, but they can also absorb sunlight and actually warm the atmosphere depending on the color of the aerosol.
When you look at a cloud, what you're seeing are cloud droplets. That's what's reflecting back to your eye. And every cloud droplet that's in there formed on an aerosol particle. So there's an intimate connection between aerosols and clouds. So that you can't really study one without the other.
And it really teaches you to think on your feet. I've had a blast up here. You're either in cloud collecting data or you have a great view. It's been kind of nothing but a pleasure working up here.
It's been fun to branch out and learn new things. So a lot of the instruments that we're working with are brand new to me also.
Don't be afraid to try new things you may not be an expert in. That's the best way to learn and how the best scientists are, even if they don't think it's necessarily their field. If you delve into something, it can make you a really good scientist that has very unique perspectives.
ASRC's work also helping to land recently a $3.6 million grant for New York Mesa Network. So great work happening in atmospheric sciences here on the UAlbany campus. 31-17 our score. We're back with first half highlights and statistics and some other surprises for you. It's coming up after this timeout. Welcome back to Seth Arena for the Seth Q halftime show. UAlbany on top of NJIT 31-17. Another outstanding defensive performance for this UAlbany team, which we've seen all year long.
Absolutely. Just picking up where they left off last game, doing a great job communicating with each other on all those screens that NJIT puts out there, and holding this team that can really put the ball in the basket to 17 points.
A very versatile scoring team for this NJIT Highlanders squad. Ellyn Stoll leading the way so far with 8 points. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from this first half. And Stoll now 1,100 on her career, certainly one of the top scorers in the conference.
Definitely. She's a player that can score on a number of different levels, and she's been a bright spot for this team, shooting 2 for 3 from beyond the arc. I think getting Kimmy Evans back in the second half will balance that out a little bit, but they have a nice 1-2 punch, and she's doing her job.
On the other side for the Great Danes, Kayla Cooper once again showing up big time for this UAlbany team.
She just does so much for this team. 8 points right now, and also collecting 3 steals. See her being really active at the top of that press. When she and DeCortez are in together, it allows her to play up top and be really athletic and create havoc for the opponent. So doing a really nice job. This was one of those dance moves we talked about. Left front pivot.
Kind of confused the defender. Or the defender got dizzy, perhaps, you know?
Yeah, but just scoring in a number of ways and playing with a ton of confidence, and just been tremendous for this team.
Taking it right at a double team there. Kayla Cooper with 8 points, 4 rebounds, and 3 steals so far for this UAlbany team. The stat that really shows out there for UAlbany is that 25% field goal percentage. Really doing a nice job in contesting shots, not giving NJIT anything easy.
Yeah, they've had to work for everything they've gotten today, and that's just a testament to UAlbany's defense. The other thing that's a little curious there, the points in the paint, UAlbany getting to the basket off the dribble and off the pass, but 3-point field goal percentage right now for UAlbany, they're only 1 for 6, and they still have this lead. So I would expect that to change by the end of the game, but a great start for this team.
And you look at that points in the paint, and that's got to be skewed so heavily because Kimmy Evans not in the lineup. Such a good scorer in the paint for this Highlanders team.
Well, absolutely. Her not being out there for as much time as I'm sure Coach would have liked her. She only played 11 minutes, and she played some of those with 2 fouls. But also NJIT relying on the jump shot, and just, you know, that's what it is right now. So great first half so far for UAlbany, and NJIT's got some adjustments.
Kimmy Evans with 2 fouls in the first half. UAlbany with 1 foul in the entire first half. 31-17. Great Danes on top. Back with more after this. Just about time for second half action here at CIF Arena, but first some America East news and notes. Stony Brook continues to play well. 8 straight victories now for the Seawolves by an average of 17.3 points per game, ranked number 10 now in college inside women's top 25. Emma Utterback with a great week for the University of Vermont Catamounts, named Player of the Week there. The Cats winning 4 of their last 5. That loss coming to Stony Brook. Among Vermont's victories, one over NJIT. And of course, UAlbany unbeaten here at home, one of just 24 teams unbeaten at home, winning 2 of their last 3, and on top here, 31-17. Just one other game on the America East schedule today, Binghamton and UMBC. Hartford UML was postponed. Let's take a look at our keys here for the second half, Allie. And really, Danny Evans with those 2 fouls. Kimmy Evans, such a key player for them inside. 2 fouls, she's got to be super careful early going.
Definitely, and if you're UAlbany and you can pick up another foul on her and get her back on the bench, that makes things a little bit easier for you. On offense, really got to move the ball, continue to swing the ball from side to side, and get really high percentage looks that they've gotten. And then I think the first 5 minutes of this half, against UMass Lowell last game, UAlbany had a lull when they came out of the locker room. They opened the door for UMass Lowell to come back. They can't do that today. They have to learn from that mistake. This game is too critical, and they have to come out on fire defensively and really set the tone for the next 20 minutes. Defense has certainly been solid in the first 20 minutes. We'll see what they can do in the second as Colleen Mullen readies the troops. We'll give a shout out to UAlbany's 4x200 relay team at the Millrose Games today, setting a school record. Dee Dennis, Rory Love, Brindley McDermott, and Amani Gray setting a record down there at the very prestigious Millrose Games in New York City. So congratulations to that UAlbany group from the track and field team. We're set to go with action here in the second half. The Great Danes looking at a road game on Wednesday and then back home here next Saturday against Hartford as they try to continue that roll towards the top. Still haven't played Stony Brook at home, haven't played Maine at all yet, so some opportunities out there to really jump up to that top spot in the standings. Right, and those are things you think about tomorrow as a coach when you put your feet up and rewatch this game and prepare for the next week. But for right now, keeping your team focused on the next 20 minutes and making sure that you secure this victory is all those people in white uniforms are worried about. UAlbany basketball to get us started here in the second half. Kayla Cooper, no goggles. Yeah, and this is interesting because NJIT came out in a zone, throwing something different at them to try to keep the Great Danes off balance. Igerstrand shot from the corner. Kimmy Evans with the rebound. Inside for Squire. She's got 8 now. The first points of the second half belong to the Highlanders. Just a nice, simple drive to the basket, and you see changing tempo here. Sometimes a zone, especially against a process-oriented team, right? UAlbany is a team that depends on their offense to get easy buckets. And when you come out in something different, that could have busted it, but when you come out in something different, we got an injured player. Cordes came down with a rebound, but it's Fuchs inside, something to do with her right shoulder or elbow on that side as the building goes silent. Gets helped up off the court by her teammates. That's good to see. Sometimes take another look at it here to see exactly what happened. Right. Like she might have got hooked up. Her arm might have got hooked up. Yeah, it's definitely that right shoulder. Sometimes players have chronic shoulder issues, right, and when those sting, they really, really hurt. Fuchs will get looked at by Ariana DeLuca, the trainer for NJIT. Stoll will control the offense here for the Highlanders. Squire now. Anytime you can keep a team off balance and change the pace a little bit like NJIT did. Got 2 stops in a row so far and 2 layups at the basket. So points in the paint up for NJIT off the dribble, and we see him staying with that 2-3 zone. Danes had led that stat in the first half, 20-6. Now that lead, once 15, is down to 10. You know, back to the keys from halftime, there's so much movement in UAlbany's offense. And sometimes when you put on a 2-3, you can get a team to stand around. Mm-hmm. And that's what's happened the last few possessions. Just kind of looking for shots. The ball's gone over players' heads. Players are more sedentary. It's they don't have the same rhythm and pace to their offense.
Fouls on Lily Anderson, her second. She got the start in the second half. Tigerstrand at the free throw line. Back outside to Heaps with 9. Tigerstrand from 15 doesn't go. Position inside by Cooper, but instead Litwinko comes away with the rebound.
It's a really smart adjustment by Coach Lane. They've gotten 3 stops in a row now, especially because UAlbany is down a shooter with DeCortez and Cooper on the court playing together. We see Haney looking to check in. I would imagine that would put another shooter on the floor against this zone.
Cooper got called for the reach in there. Her first foul, just the second foul of the day on the Great Danes. Cooper wanted the steal on that one. You know she did. Already has 3 on the day. Anderson will let it fly for 3. Off the iron, Cooper comes away with it. Quickly up ahead to Haney. Heaps, she'll let it go from straightaway 3. Off the back of the iron, kind of hung there for a second. Evans comes away with the rebound. Squire the other way. Drives on Haney. Haney gets inside. Tough defense there, and an even better shot by Squire as she gets that to bounce off the rim and in.
Again, UAlbany opening the door coming out of halftime, and not surprising that Coach Mullen calls a timeout to discuss some things with her team.
That first 5 minutes so critical, and NJIT is owning it right now. A 6-0 run to start this second half. 31-23 back after this timeout. (31-23) our score here as we come back from timeout. Colleen Mullen taking a quick timeout there. But at the beginning of the second half, when her team was is in a little bit of trouble, that 6-0 run that NJIT has put on here, coming out, changing up the defense a little bit, confusing UAlbany, a chance to talk it over.
Well, they had so much momentum in the first half, so much energy going into halftime. And, you know, as we talked about, sometimes those 15 minutes can calm things down for one team and fire some things up for the other. So UAlbany's going to have to find an answer to this 2-3 zone.
DeCortis with an open lane there, but didn't realize it until too late. Heaps will let a 3 go from the side, doesn't go. be NJIT ball. Third quarter has been UAlbany's quarter as far as scoring points goes this year, a plus 62 margin. Best of the 4 quarters that they played. They've yet to play an overtime game.
Yeah, I think some of those statistics sometimes it's interesting who the opponents are.
Right.
And I think as you play more conference games, conference statistics become more real, for lack of a better word. Nice try to take the charge by DeCortez. Kimmy Evans not able to connect on that post move.
Had the elbow a little bit high there, Evans did. Cooper on the baseline, the double comes. Gets inside, back out, Vert quickly over to Heaps. Vert wide open for 3. Got it. Can't leave her wide open. She'll knock that down more often than not.
Well, and right now Coach Mullen staying with Cooper and DeCortez, but bringing Vert in who can extend the defense against a 2-3 and maybe bust out that zone a little bit. She does her job.
Stoll splits the defense there for an easy bucket.
NJIT much more focused on getting to the basket, whether it's off the dribble or passing into the post. Not taking as many jump shots so far this half.
Keeps down inside, back outside. She'll let a long 3 go. Back iron there, rebound to Stoll.
And I think it's interesting watching UAlbany on offense against this zone, and obviously they're playing defense right now, but nice post feed.
Back outside from Anderson. Litwinko let it go, and she knocks it down. A high arcing triple there for Litwinko, and it's 34-28. Steal there for NJIT. Squire.
NJIT really sharing the basketball and being patient to get high percentage looks.
Right-handed scoop shot by Kimmy Evans doesn't go. Cooper with the rebound.
And back to what I started to talk about earlier, against the zone, if you can play inside out, meaning if you can get the ball into the post and then skip it back out, or get the ball into the high post, nice pass, nice cut there, and pass it back out, your shooters are shooting with their feet set, and they're squared to the basket.
Euro step under there by Squire. Rebound into the hands of DeCortez, but knocked away back to NJIT. DeCortez a little slow getting up there. Created an easy basket for Evans.
UAlbany's got to find an answer to this zone.
Colleen Mullen says, let's talk this over. Now that lead was once 15, is down to 4 at 34-30. Kimmy Evans now with 6 points. And the Danes will try to figure out exactly what is going on.
Well, I think for UAlbany, the little shift, it was interesting because the first time these two teams played, in the fourth quarter, Coach Lane put on a 2-2-1 press, and it threw UAlbany off a little bit, and they were able to get back in the game. So just the coaching adjustment of going to a 2-3. I've watched some film on NJIT, and I haven't seen that a lot. So it's not something you expect. It's not something that you rep and practice. At this point in the season, UAlbany should be able to run their stuff against a 2-3 zone. It shouldn't be that difficult, but they're struggling right now against it.
We'll take a quick timeout here with 4:13 to go. Danes up 4.
You get yourself to class. You show up for meetings, at home and at work. Your flex is making time for yourself and your community, no matter what. Soon, CDTA will introduce its biggest flex yet, with added mobility options that let you bike, scoot, and share. Wherever you go, however you choose to get there, you can count on CDTA. We're here to keep you safe and the region moving forward.
These days, we hear a lot about entering the new normal. Even if masks are not reserved for superheroes and social distancing isn't a distant memory, when it comes to banking, it's still the perfect time to try something new. But why settle for their normal when you can join CEFQ? Convenient services, great rates, no maintenance fees, and supportive employees are not new to us. They've been our normal for more than 85 years. Visit CEFQ.com and join today.
Fun fact, you know Mountain Dew and spicy chicken is the perfect combo?
Does it look like I don't know that?
Okay. Didn't mean to ruffle your feathers.
You know, we both did the employee training, Gary.
Okay, don't jump down my beak.
Doing spicy? Do the do.
At NJIT, you can become a trailblazer, a visionary, or the next great leader. As a top-ranked public research university, you will be immersed in an innovative environment that promotes cutting-edge research. Classes taught by expert professors and graduate with the technology skills needed to excel in the most in-demand careers. Your future starts here. New Jersey Institute of Technology. Are you ready to join us?
Back here at CEFQ Arena, where the NJIT Highlanders on a 7-0 run to close that gap to 34-30, already having the best season that they've had since all the way back in 2017-18 with 10 wins. They were 4-14 last year in the shortened COVID season. But Mike Lane really saying that recruiting and getting some good players has been the secret to this. You know, the players like an Ellyn Stoll, how much she's progressed over the 5 years she's been here.
It's not the X's and the O's, Rich. It's the Jimmies and the Joes.
There you go.
And really credited his staff for doing a great job recruiting. I like this lineup that Coach has just put in for the UAlbany Great Danes with Hagerstrand at the 4 and Cooper at the 5. We might have another injury.
Never want to see Morgan Haney on the floor. She's up, maybe got poked in the eye there. Looked like she was kind of patting the one eye. Take another look here and see if we can see it. Oh, yeah, Kayla Cooper and Haney bunking heads there. Haney got the worst of that.
Sometimes when players hit heads in that spot, they end up around the eyebrow with needing stitches, so she's lucky. She's up and about. But back to the earlier discussion, I think going with a smaller, better shooting lineup at this point, your team is struggling to score. I think that's a really good coaching adjustment by Coach Mullen.
Litwinko scoops that up with 15. Squire, Mike Lane's calling for Brierton to come over for the screen. She did, but Squire refused it. Myers drives, pushes off on Cooper, gets away with it. Baseline drive, hesitation there. Lefty 3 for Myers. She kind of double pumped that and still knocked it down, and it's a 1-point game.
She's a really athletic, talented player. I remember watching her in AAU and watching her development, and I just think she's a player that is super smart and is just going to continue to get better and better.
Down inside, back outside to Haney. She'll let a 3 go from pretty much straight away. Cooper corrals the rebound, gets it up off the rim, and she'll draw the foul on Myers. It'll be Myers first.
Good job by Cooper, just pursuing the basketball. And you can't ask for a better look than that for Morgan Haney. And these Great Danes, since the first half against UMass Lowell, they've struggled from beyond the arc. So just haven't, you know, been their typical 36% self.
First of 2 for Cooper's off the back iron.
Well, things are getting tough right now. We're going to see which players rise to the occasion and really step up and help their team.
Second one is down, breaks a 3-minute and 20-second scoreless drought. Dane's still gone a while without a field goal. Stoll.
And it's interesting that Kimmy Evans is out of the game as well. I'm sure she probably needed a rest, but with a smaller lineup for UAlbany, you'd have an advantage with her in the game.
Myers one-on-one with Haney. Goes to the baseline side. Haney shuts it off. Almost got the steal. Down inside. Litwinko back outside for Stoll for a push 3. Doesn't go. Rebound strongly pulled down by Haney. Litwinko right from behind her. Haney didn't see her. Off glass doesn't go. Hane comes down with the rebound.
Boy, these teams are playing hard.
It's funny, I look up at the score, 35-32, and I think Mike Lane said, I wouldn't be surprised if this was a 32-31 game going into the fourth. He was almost pretty close. Hane gets that first basket, sends all the way back on December 28th, and none bigger than right there as Cooper creates a steal and then earns a foul as well. She'll go to the free throw line. Good series there for the Great Danes.
Yeah, big momentum swing. They really needed that bucket and just working as a team. And again, we see the ball go inside and then come out. Her feet are set. All she has to do is catch the ball in her pocket and shoot, and Hagerstrand really delivered her a perfect pass.
Cooper back to the free throw line where she was just 1 of 2. Double digits again now for Kayla Cooper as she hits 10. And now 11 for Cooper, her 11th game this season in 10th game this season in double digits.
And the press is back on again.
And another steal. Cooper inside, this time slapped away by Stoll.
She just does such a nice job. She's so quick to close down those traps, and NJIT needs to look up the floor. They need to send somebody to the middle against that press.
Dalrymple dumped it down inside to Brierton, rejected by Hagerstrand, and Hane comes away with it.
Great job by Hagerstrand to stay vertical and wall up. And
Hagerstrand from the corner for 3 off the back iron. Haney with the rebound, steps between 2 players but loses control of the ball. Myers comes away with it.
When Hagerstrand shoots the ball, it just looks like it's always going in. I think everybody was surprised that one didn't. But UAlbany back up by 7 right now. Defensively, this is an important possession.
Stoll with a little pull-up, gets it to go as it rolls off the back and down through. 40-35, under a minute to go here in the third.
Well, I think what was discussed at halftime by NJIT was attacking the basket, getting the ball inside, scoring at the basket versus just relying on jump shots.
Haney open for 3, doesn't go. Off the edge of the backboard, down into the hands of Stoll.
And NJIT can basically hold for the last shot here. 5-point game. UAlbany's really got to be active and not let them get anything easy.
Squire out to Stoll for the jumper, and Kayla Cooper gets her with a hip check. That'll be 3 on Cooper.
Not smart. That's such a pet peeve of coaches, is fouling a jump shooter. And I'm surprised NJIT shot it that quickly. They're going to give UAlbany another possession.
That was absolutely Stoll stepping sideways on her ankle. There was no contact there between she and Kayla Cooper. But it looked like it, and it happened simultaneously.
It doesn't matter. Anytime a referee sees someone contesting a jump shooter, more often than not, they're going to call a foul. If you're behind and somebody is shooting a jump shot, that's like a spin move in the paint being called a charge. It's just like the radar goes up for that, no matter what. Are they looking at the time?
Officials taking a look at something. 16.3 on the clock.
I don't think they can look at the time.
Eric Fletcher and the table crew.
No, they're looking at who the foul was on.
Looks like
I think they called it on Hane.
Get a look once that goes into the scorebook as to who that foul was on. Was credited to Hane initially. It looks like it'll stay that way, so it's not on Cooper. So the foul was away. So that non-contact between Cooper, that was not where the foul was called. Instead on Hane, her first.
Yeah, and Keith Miller confirming that foul was on number 10, Hane.
Stoll makes the first free throw. 77% free throw shooter this year.
Well, UAlbany with plenty of time, 16 seconds to get a shot off.
2 of 2 for Stoll.
Which is interesting to see NJIT still in that zone. Teams don't typically have as many quick hitters against the zone as they do. Nice slip.
Good look inside, but not quite hard enough from DeCortes. NJIT will have a chance with Stoll to make something happen at the end. That was online, but off the glass. And a very good third period for Mike Lane's NJIT team as they outscore UAlbany 20-9.
Yeah, really came out of the locker room and kind of regained momentum and sets us up for a great fourth quarter.
Fourth quarter action on the way. 40-37 our score here at SEPC Arena. Back here at SEPC Arena, we'll take a look at the CDTA Rapid Transit Transition Point summaries. UAlbany leading at 5-0 with a couple of early baskets, but really haven't seen that active in-transition action so far this half.
No, they haven't. Their first half defense was tremendous, only holding NJIT to 17 points, but they've more than doubled that in the third quarter, so UAlbany's got some work to do to get back after it defensively. Another thing that I think is worth noting is UAlbany has 12 points off of turnovers, but most of those have come at the front of their press quickly, so they haven't really been run-out layups.
Danes start with possession here in the fourth quarter. Important possession for UAlbany as NJIT has whittled that 15-point lead down to 3. Heaps gets inside. Little runner goes up off the back. Myers comes down with it for the Highlanders.
Yeah, you can just see they're a little bit out of sync offensively.
Hane, Heaps, Cooper, Phillips, and DeCortes out there for the Great Danes. Myers, Kimmy Evans, Litwinko, Grace Plummer, and Stoll for the Highlanders.
Kimmy Evans has been in there for a while. Could have been a 3-second call.
Stoll, turnaround, got it. Evans moved Lucia DeCortes out of the way, just in case there was a rebound.
interesting because UAlbany hasn't had a lot of close games, and the ones that they've had that have been close haven't gone their way. So we're seeing them tested right now by an NJIT team that has found an answer.
Hane from the corner for three. She's got it. Second triple of the game for Ellyn Hane, and the Danes build that lead back to 4.
Coach Lane talked about how important her being back for the UAlbany Great Danes was, and she's proving him right now. She was a player he was really concerned with. Obviously, she hadn't had as many reps in practice, but just really felt like her presence on the court was important.
Lewinko a little too strong. Kimmy Evans comes down with it, and she'll get a free throw to go along with that. The foul on DeCortes.
Three-point play the old-fashioned way, and we don't often see UAlbany not boxing out. Right now, both teams are even on the offensive glass. Great take by Lewinko, and Kimmy Evans just cleaning everything up.
Evans now into double digits. And adds to that now with 11 on 5 of 11 shooting from the floor, 6 rebounds. To go along with that, Ellyn Stoll leading the scoring right now for NJIT with 18, leading all scorers. 3 from the corner for Hane is no good. Kayla Cooper with the rebound. New opportunity here for the Great Danes with about 8 minutes to go here in the 4th.
They're working that little baseline screen and slip.
Cooper inside, works on Evans and gets the bucket. Double whammy there for UAlbany, the 2 for Kayla Cooper, and the 3rd foul on Kimmy Evans.
I mean, there's not much you can do about that if you're Kimmy Evans. That's just a great player making a great play, and she's just got so much stuff to her game.
Free throw coming for Kayla Cooper.
See if she can extend this lead.
And does.
She's definitely put some time in at the free throw line, certainly shooting it with a lot more confidence there. We saw her struggling early this season, and that's no longer a problem.
NJIT has to hustle. They just get it across, but a double right there, and Lily Phillips just gets the leg in there and gets called for the foul as Squire hits the deck.
Yeah, he did everything right, but just fouling negates hustle, right? And we just saw a tremendous hustle by UAlbany and really had NJIT in an uncomfortable position, driving to the left sideline with the left hand and just bailed them out by fouling. DeCortes has to rotate back.
Kimmy Evans is wide open underneath, and an easy bucket for her.
Yeah, if you're going to trap out that high, you create a 2-on-1 situation on the backside.
Freya Vert. Over to Haney. Hand off to Phillips with 13. NJIT still in that zone. Bounce pass inside to Cordes. Gets it to Cooper. Cooper with 5 on the clock. Got to get it up on the glass, and that 360 spin around again. Rebound comes down to Cooper. She and Evans get tied up. It'll be NJIT basketball.
Now, I think DeCortes is looking to pass a little bit too much. Saw at the end of that 3rd quarter, she had a wide open shot, and again here, all she has to do is turn. She's got a left-handed hook shot. That's something she's capable of making.
Leon Higerstrand checks back in for the Great Danes. Squire to the corner. In and out. Evans with the rebound. Try to tap it back up off the glass. Didn't go. She draws the foul on Higerstrand. 2 shots for Kimmy Evans and a chance to tie this up.
Kimmy Evans is making her presence felt for sure. NJIT driving at the basket. Nice kick out. And Kimmy Evans just having multiple people hanging on her arms. Doing a great job on the offensive glass.
Second free throw for Evans is off the iron. Rebound by Haney.
That's a gift, honestly. Kimmy Evans is a player that is capable of making free throws, and for her to miss 2 at this juncture in the game is a gift for the Great Danes.
Higerstrand from 16. Got it. Big bucket there for Helion Higerstrand.
She's so comfortable in those situations. And, you know, with things start getting a little tense, your heart starts beating a little bit faster, and the Great Danes do a nice job of cooling things off and getting Higerstrand a nice, easy shot.
Myers. Cooper right there. Wanted the turnover. NJIT keeps it.
And that time the trap almost paid off for them because Cooper rotated, covered the post player at the low block, and then was released. You see she was covering Kimmy Evans, and then Heigerstrand hustled back, and it allowed her to get back out to hers. This crowd is coming alive, Rich.
Love the noise. Squire inside on to Cordes. Nice defense by Lucia. Hits the back of the backboard, so it'll be UAlbany basketball. DeCortis, the America East leader in block shots, won't get credit for a block there, but did pretty much everything else to create a defensive havoc on that drive.
Yeah, and back in early November, she would have hacked down and easily picked up a foul on that.
It's a really good point. She's become so much more disciplined. Haney over to Phillips. Phillips one-on-one with Litwinko. Matchup we featured earlier in the broadcast. Haney.
Interesting that NJIT is back to a man-to-man defense.
Inside off Heigerstrand, and Stoll comes around and gets called for the hand slap. Second foul on Stoll, who's got 18 points on the day. It's a good rebound there and a good look inside.
Yeah, Haney almost threw that away. Kind of just threw it in between two players and was hoping somebody would catch it. And DeCortes, I was about to be really corny and say she had her spidey sense out. I ended up saying it anyways, Rich.
You did.
It's been one of those days.
DeCortes for two. First one, banks home.
It is too quiet in here. It gets too quiet. I'm not sure she called that.
We're at Sefke Arena. The bank's always open. Second one for DeCortis is good. Hane and Cooper check back in. I really hope Cooper comes to the media room after the game because I want to know why she's glasses, no glasses. Glasses, no glasses.
I really hope you and I stop telling bad jokes.
I'm a dad. That's all I tell is bad jokes. Stoll. Litwinko out top now. Watched by Hane. Evans with the screen. Good work by Hane to get back on Litwinko. Down inside. Evans and Cooper. Hane tipped away. Heigerstrand will battle with it. Nice save there. Into the hands of Ellyn Hane. Good work by Helion Heigerstrand.
Really great hustle, and UAlbany got a little lucky there that Kimmy Evans wasn't able to finish. She just has such a size advantage on Cooper and strength.
Heigerstrand with a lob, not quite enough. Over the top of the 6'4", Kimmy Evans.
Coming a low post battle.
Whistle sounds, and Mike Lane wants a timeout with a 50-44 score here in the fourth period. We'll take that timeout here on the court as well. UAlbany up by 6 in the fourth. We got a good one here. Hope you come back and join us from Sefke Arena. Take a look at tonight's set view game-changing performance, and it'll be from Ellyn Hane. When the Danes really needed it, Hane came up with her 2 big three-pointers.
Yeah, she's 2 for 3 from beyond the arc. The Great Danes are only 4 for 17 at 23%, so she's got half of those, and really just for her to see the ball go through the basket since
Union on the 28th
right
of December.
Christmas,
yeah, exactly.
Has been really important for this team and given them a boost.
Hane missed 6 games due to illness. Limited in practice while she was out. So came back, scored 4 points against Lowell. And a foul there on Lucia DeCortes.
Might have been a little bit of a bailout. NJIT passed it to the inside, which was where DeCortes was. So a frustrating call after a great defensive effort.
3rd on Lucia, 4th on the team. So NJIT goes into the bonus the remainder of the game on the next UAlbany foul.
And DeCortes has such a tough assignment with Kimmy Evans in the post one-on-one.
Squire. Lily Anderson will take a 3 off the iron. To go out of play, it'll be UAlbany basketball with a 6-point lead, 4:11 to go.
Really great job there by UAlbany. DeCortes and Cooper got switched up on Kimmy Evans, and DeCortes showed just enough pressure for them to not let the ball in at the end of that possession.
Hane. Cooper, nice look back outside and post back inside of the post, but Cooper a little too free with it on the floor. Lost it, but right in the hands of Hane. Circling it around is UAlbany. Plenty of time to shoot. 10 seconds still. Hane from the corner, long arcing 3. Haney comes down with the rebound.
And that's a disadvantage to the zone defense. NJIT had done a nice job on the glass, but just a real easy weak side rebound there for Haney off of the Hane miss.
Career high 8 rebounds now for Morgan Haney. Kayla Cooper can't get that to go. Gets her own rebound. Gets a fresh shot clock, which is valuable right now for the Great Danes, as Colleen Mullen says, spread it out and start it over.
Yeah, as soon as Cooper shot that, she knew it was off and just went after it and brought it back in.
Here's Cooper. Nice bounce pass there to DeCortes for 2. Good look from Kayla Cooper and a nice finish from Lucia.
That was great teamwork, finding the soft spot in the zone. Cooper slipped, forced Kimmy Evans to step up. Beautiful bounce pass for a nice finish.
Stoll right in front of the NJIT bench. Gets it slapped away by Haney, but keeps it. Squire will move it around to Litwinko. We're under 3 minutes. Kimmy Evans outside. Now Litwinko drives the lane. Back out. Evans can shoot that. And knocks it down. Kimmy Evans with a 3-pointer. Her 4th 3 of the season is a big one right there for NJIT, as UAlbany had a little momentum building.
Again, she's a player that can score in multiple ways and was one of the most highly ranked post players in that class. So important for NJIT that she chose, when she was transferring, to go to her father's alma mater and keep it in the family.
Litwinko comes down with the rebound. Anderson. Now Squire.
And this is the advantage and the disadvantage of a motion offense where a team shares the ball equally.
Whistle sounds timeout. Mike Lane.
Yeah, because for Coach Lane, I would imagine he would want the ball in Kimmy Evans' hands. And when the ball's moving and moving and moving and your teammates might be missing her, pretty smart timeout with 10 seconds, 11 seconds on the shot clock. You're under 2 minutes to go, down 5. This is a really critical possession to get points on the board. 75% of the time when the ball goes in the block, teams score or get fouled, statistically. So that's where you'd want the ball. And they've come back by getting points in the paint.
And now for NJIT, you want points with the clock not running, so free throws are maybe even more valuable than baskets at this point. Take a look at the road ahead for UAlbany. They'll be at Binghamton on January 31st and at UMBC on February 2nd. Saturday, February 5th, back home here to take on Hartford on the road to Maine. First game of the year with the Black Bears, and then first of 2 over a matter of 3 days with Vermont on February 12th. The road ahead for the UAlbany Great Danes. Here's Squire to the basket. Shut off there by Hagerstrand. Baseline jumper, tough one there. Myers going way up for the rebound and getting 2.
She's got such great bounce and athleticism, and UAlbany just lost track of her there.
Hagerstrand, little turnaround jumper. You've commented several times how much she likes that shot, and there it is.
Ice in her veins. Swedish ice in her veins. When the game's on the line, she just calms things down and makes shots.
Colleen Mullen's got to love the fact she's got at least another year.
She is a senior, though, right? And that's where you get to the point where with the COVID, everything has changed, but players with experience make big shots in big moments.
Stoll with another basket as she goes hard to the rim.
I'm sorry, she's a junior.
DeCortis from 17. She'll drive on Kimmy Evans, gets inside. Good strong move by Lucia DeCortis as she puts it on the floor and puts UAlbany back up by a fist.
I've been waiting for her to do that. She's a senior.
Squire, nice off the basket. End-to-end basketball for both teams here in our final 30 seconds. A 3-point advantage for UAlbany.
And I really like that coaches aren't calling timeouts and advancing the ball, and they're letting players play. NJIT has 1 timeout left, and UAlbany has 2. So we are so caught up in this timeout, advance the ball thing. These coaches are trusting their teams right now.
Such a nice, strong move by DeCortis there, and an important basket for UAlbany.
You know what I was thinking about earlier, Rich, is there comes a point in the season where freshmen start playing like sophomores, sophomores start playing like juniors, juniors start playing like seniors, and seniors are just dangerous. And you saw DeCortis be dangerous on that possession where she attacked the basket.
Hane gets fouled there. That was the one that NJIT had to give. So now we're shooting free throws the remainder of this 24 seconds. Here's Hane. Good effort there by Ariana Myers to almost go airborne to get the foul.
And it was a great read off the inbound by Hane to slip to the front court.
Hane is one of the players, if you're Colleen Mullen, you want them to foul. 88% free throw shooter this year.
And she's had a good night tonight as well, so she's playing with confidence.
8 points so far for Hane. Building goes silent once again. Hane's first is off the back rim.
It's too quiet. It almost becomes a distraction when it's too quiet.
Here we go, 10, and we go 1-0.
Second of 2 for Hane is up and bounces in and out. Kayla Cooper tries to tip the rebound, but it goes into the hands of Myers. 3-point game, 18 seconds to play. Litwinko with the ball. NJIT with 1 timeout, UAlbany with 2. Squire step back 3 to tie it, doesn't go. Litwinko taps the rebound right into the hands of Hane. She gets tied up immediately and a foul is called. 9.4 seconds on the clock.
Be interesting to see if they call this a jump ball or a foul. They call it a foul? Well, she's got a chance to redeem herself, right? We gave her the broadcaster jinx. And she's got a chance to redeem herself because right now, if she makes 1, it's a 2-possession game.
Right.
And the game's over. Actually, I shouldn't say that. There's still a timeout.
Rattles the back one off the iron. So big free throw right here for Ellyn Hane. Senior out of Stockholm gets it to go. That is a big one. Timeout called by Mike Lane. He'll put Ellyn Stoll back into the game, one of their top 3-point shooter. Down 4 here with 9.4 seconds to go. As you mentioned earlier, UAlbany's only been in this situation twice this year in a close less than 5-point game, and they've lost both times.
Right, and Rich, I don't understand this timeout. You're down by 4, so it's a 2-possession game. With 9 seconds to go, push the ball up the court, attack the basket, score in 3 to 4 seconds. Then you still have your timeout to advance. You can put pressure on by fouling quickly. Right now, you're out of timeouts. The only way you can time the game is if UAlbany fouls on a 3-pointer.
So you pressure the ball on the inbounds to make them take more time down the court.
Well, I just think if you take the ball out quick and you go with 9 seconds to go, we all run drills. You can get to the basket in 4 seconds.
Right.
You might get fouled, right? And then you still have your timeout.
Yeah.
Because right now, you can't call a timeout to advance with 1 second to go, right? I'm looking way ahead.
Right, yeah, if they score. Right. A 4-point advantage here, and we'll see what Colleen Mullen does with her defensive setup.
Because even if NJIT scores here, Coach Mullen has 2 timeouts left. She can advance it to the front court and enter it on that side of the court. So you're never going to get a full court press set up.
DeCortis, Phillips, Cooper, Heap, and Hane.
UAlbany can't foul. Contest without fouling, secure the defensive rebound. Switch on everything.
Stoll out top. She's their top 3-point shooter. Drives inside. Too much time for NJIT. Myers will let it go from 3. It's short. Evans gets the rebound, puts it back up and in. The ball into the hands of Hane, and UAlbany escapes after leading by 15. They come away with a 57-53 win.
This was one of the first times that UAlbany was really, really tested. NJIT never took the lead, but did a tremendous job in the second half of closing the gap and getting within 1 possession and almost taking the lead numerous times. So you have to give NJIT tremendous credit for what they were able to do in the second half. UAlbany comes away with the win. Everybody in the building can breathe a sigh of relief.
Making the shots when they need to. A clutch free throw at the end from Hane. It's tough when you've missed, a free throw, then you miss another, then you miss another. Now it's in your head, especially when you haven't played in a while, significant minutes in a while. It's got to be a difficult situation for Ellyn Hane to be in, and came up with a big free throw.
Well, it's just a great team win from start to finish. A lot of players were involved, a really high-level basketball game. UAlbany's got to figure out this coming out of halftime thing. But other than that, a great win for the Great Danes.
14 points, 8 rebounds for Kayla Cooper to lead the way. For Allie Jackson, our entire team, I'm Rich Becker saying so long from Seth Purina on the campus of UAlbany. 57-53 the final. All games airing on the ESPN networks or streaming live and archived on the ESPN app. This has been a presentation of ESPN. So long, everybody.